it's been there. It's not through it's not through the reinforcement material. I'm more concerned about the air leak on my. I'm more concerned about the relief valve. I think I'm gonna have to get that worked. You do. So you got truckers looking out for truckers. This guy noticed the slash in my sprayed steer tire, but yeah, it's been there a while. It's not through the reinforcement material, so it's serviceable. But yeah, it looks worse than it actually is. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like seeing it either, and I've been asked more than once about it, or had it mentioned to me more than once. Let's see, where should we stop? I don't know, Winslow. Yeah, then I can maybe get a shower while I'm there if I can get there quickly enough. Yeah, Winslow, California. Let's do that just for me. Alright, now we're public. I'm actually going back to the west now. I just swapped loads with someone else. May have seen my post about it already. If not, yeah, I'm heading west now with
you have 7 hours and 56 minutes of remaining drive time.
Okay, you have 5 seconds to shut up and not make noise anymore. Got a new container of pretzels. We'll need to scale this load on the way out. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Make sure my dash cams are set up the way I like them. Hey Linda, how you doing? Yeah, I'm still recording. I'll give it a few minutes and then get rolling. So this load's heading back to Colton. I just acquired it in a swap right here. I haven't even started my shift yet. Well, at least this one, I'm running early on this one too, but I sent in a macro to flag myself as I'm running ahead and available for repowers. See how it goes. The stock market's done some weird stuff today. I'm still working on videos too. I got backing videos I'm working on. I have enough already now. I'm going to be able to do another compilation pretty soon. And yeah, a couple other little small things like the cow elk that we saw the other day. What was it? A couple days ago, whatever it was. Over on the other, just on this side of Flagstaff. Again, the sun was in our face, but I might be able to. I was able to get at least with the dash cam footage enough of a view of them, even with the sun glare, where it might be workable. I'll play around. I'll play with the video footage, see if I can zoom in specifically on the animals or whatever, and try to get that posted. So far, I got I think 5 backing videos again, and I'm working on 6th and 7th. It's a process because, like in this case. Alright, so these are my main dash cam right here, the A and the B files, and then I have the interior camera. When they work on the A and B, so A is the same camera and then B is the exterior camera, the rear facing. Now, in cases like this where I need parts of both, what I usually do is take both clips and run them through my editor, which is this one. Actually, I just finished compiling the rear facing camera footage now. So I'll just close that. But yeah, basically I run them together on this timeline thing here, and then just compile them. I gotta put them into the project here first. Yeah, tell the project I need these files, and then I'll drag the files. See, like the ones with the check marks are the ones that were part of this. So now I can delete and delete and delete. And And I still got to work on the interior camera footage for those. Some of these are from that same backing footage. Some are from another backing video that I just didn't put in the right folder. Alright, so we're good there. That's going to be number 6 though, and I have a number, I think, and then I do have a number 7 in work behind it that I can work on. Don't think I saved the data. No, I didn't save the data for this one when I came into here. I was tired, and all I cared about was get parked and get sleep. So, alright, Linda. Now, hey, how's it going, Mish? And Tara, Jim, who else we got? Good loving, Texas, going to make my way down to Laredo by tomorrow before noon. Hopefully brand new experience for me. Never been to Texas before. Wow. Never. Yeah, in for an interesting time in Texas. Where not in Laredo you going? You do refrigerated, if I remember right. Yeah, I've been down to Laredo a number of times. I might be able to give you some ideas there on what to expect. But now you delivered in Pueblo last I knew, or you were on your way to Pueblo to deliver, so I assume you're gonna go across to Highway 287 and then start working your way down like this Amarillo, and then down to Lubbock, and then down US 84 from there to Sweetwater, and then eventually down to, I think, Junction, Texas. Then you can either take 83 down from Junction straight down to Laredo, or you can go across I-10 to San Antonio and then down 35. Those are the two ways I typically go from your neck of the woods. Another way, since you're in Pueblo off of I-25, is to come down 25 over here to Albuquerque, which of course is just west of me by about 120 miles. And then come over here to Klein's Corner, which I'm going to be passing by in the next hour. And then head down what's that highway? Is that 191? Forget that highway. It goes down through like Carlsbad, Roswell, and all that, and then you can cut down that way into Pecos, Texas. Then there's a number of ways you can go from there. From Pecos, I personally would prefer to just go straight down, what is that, 385 or what's that highway? It's a U.S. highway. Goes down to Fort Stockton, and then you can take US 90 across pretty much along the Mexican border and work your way over that way to till you get to US 83, and then you end up in Laredo down there. I will be taking the 35 route at the very, okay, so yeah, I can't imagine you going up to I-70, so I'm already on my way. I just went through. Okay, you went through, I assume you went down to, you went across over to 287, and oh, okay, went through Amarillo. Now you're going down I-27, right, to Lubbock? Or are you taking 287 down to Fort Worth and then down 35? So when I was with Cedar England, we did a lot more loads to and from Laredo. Usually they had us go down, up and down between Amarillo and Lubbock, and then down to Sweetwater. And then through Junction, and then San Antonio, and then Laredo. Might have done that a few times. That's why it's so easy to remember which, what's what. Well, it's a little bit, it takes a little bit when you're, if you go that way, going from Sweetwater down to Junction, it's there's a couple other highways you got to do. I think it's State Route 70. It's not just a few miles past the TA in Sweetwater off I-10, and then you go down 70 a few miles, and you turn left on Highway 150 or some weird number like that. I can't remember. Take it over to what is that town called? Then I think you end up on, what is that, US 83? I think it's 83, and then, or 84 or 83, one of the two, then, or 87. Yeah, that's it. 27 to 87. That's not the way I usually went. 27, I usually went down to 84. And 84 would take you across and down over to Sweetwater. Take a look where 87's at. Because I get them kind of mixed up at times. But I know for sure it's 84 that I would take. Or that I used to take down that way.
I can't remember what mile marker they were. For YouTube.
Okay. Lubbock. Nah, yeah, you don't want to take 87. 87 takes you south and kind of a little bit west toward Midland. Or no, yeah, it'll take you south. No, actually it goes down to La Mesa and then it cuts southeast down to Big Spring, Sterling City, and San Angelo. You can go that way. I don't think that's the way I would go personally, though. If anything, if I'm going to go through San Angelo at all, I would take 84 down to Snyder. And then Highway 208, State Route 208 down from there through Colorado City, Robert Lee. And I'm pretty certain 208 is a truck legal route because I think I had if I remember right, I had a customer down there somewhere, I can't remember where. Might have Silver, I don't know, somewhere down that way that I remember delivering to or something, and then I ended up back in Colorado City area if I remember right. But yeah, you could take that over to San Angelo and then you take 87 from there. Yeah, my experience, usually 84 is usually a lot of times a better route to take, or 83. Yeah, when you get to Sweetwater, it's 70 and 153, that's the one. 153, and then you take 83 down from there through Ballinger, Eden, Texas. If you like beef jerky, there's a Dairy Queen in Eden, Texas. You can park your truck there, and then right across the street there's a gas station that also has like a jerky store or whatever. Now I'm not a big jerky eater, but they got a lot of really good stuff there. Like they got venison meat, a bunch of other stuff. It's it's high quality stuff too. Really good food, really good jerkies there. But end up going through Eden, Menard, then into Junction, and then you can decide whether to take 10 down into San Antonio or just take 83 straight on down to Laredo. I always like to cut straight down 83 because it's a 60-mile shorter route. Wanted to take my 10 at Sweetwater. Don't have quite enough hours on the clock to do that. Okay. Yeah, there is at Snyder, Texas, there's a Pilot, if I remember right. It's kind of a bit of a shithole one, but it's one you can consider, I guess. If you do decide you take 84 and you can't reach Sweetwater. I want to say there was another one before. Wasn't there another one before Sweetwater? I can't remember. All right, how's it going, James? We're getting moving. Rolling.
Okay, Richard, should we park there? Yeah, go ahead. Fuck it. I'm gonna pull out my cane. Oh, I see that.
Trying to get my meters all set, my gauges, and
Yeah, we ain't gonna be here that long, so fuck it.
okay, I'm gonna stop back by
If I can rip this guy's door off.
I'm gonna stop back by
I see that.
Shut up, guys. Well, I gotta scale my load first, actually, and then because this guy's load is heavier than mine, I think it'll be fine. He showed his scale ticket was showing like 31, I think 31 something on his weights. 31 something and 30 something, so I'm probably fine. In fact, I'm almost certain that I'm going to be fine with weights like he showed me. He's only at 73,940, and Probably, yeah. I don't think I'm even going to bother. I know there's no way my weights are going to be overweight if his are looking like that. And the guy I've swapped with before. He's actually been with JCT for 8+ years. So he's not a rookie by any stretch. And actually, I had a really good conversation with him last time I swapped with him. I can tell he's definitely one of those, definitely knows what he's doing and definitely knows what he's talking about kind of drivers. And he knows what he's looking for and stuff. So I totally trust that guy. Turning here, not necessarily. I can't assume, because he could be going down toward Clovis. Yep, he's going to Clovis. Oh, that was dumb. That RV just did a U-turn right in front of the hotshot driver. The load going to Oklahoma is still on its way to Oklahoma, but just with a different driver. I swapped right here. They asked me if I'd be willing to swap with them because that guy's trying to get home. I guess he lives in the Tulsa area, and oh, Lisa, purple tractor. Don't think she's on here right now, but come on, dude, really? You're acting like you're not sure which way to go. Alright, so I'm gonna stop at the Sinclair station that I stopped at last night. It's only 10 miles from here. I'm gonna max out my tanks there, and I won't need any more fuel the rest of the way to Colton. It's only $1.87 for fuel over there at the Sinclair. This guy must not be very heavy. Or it must not. It must be kind of heavy. Yeah, kind of heavy actually. So I can get enough speed to get around him out of the way before ABF catches me. Where you're coming from, Linda, and where you're going to, there are numerous options, unfortunately. And I always questioned why Sierra England always wanted me to go the 287 route. Let's say when I was going to Denver or actually more to Salt Lake City. Between Salt Lake City and Laredo, they'd always want me to take the 287 route down. And then 287, 27, 84, 20, 70, 153, 83, 10, and 35. So you get it down. Once you've done it enough times, and it's like back of your hand knowledge. And But that way, for at least as far as Salt Lake City routes were concerned, was like an extra 200-mile trip. I didn't like going that way, but the cost per gallon of fuel along that route is cheaper than it is if you take the more direct route from Salt Lake City down to Spanish Fork, Utah, and then cut down US 6, US 191, then 491, and 64, 550, whatever. Or 491 all the way down to the gallon. Not to mention, I guess if you need a record to tow you, like say you break down or something, or something happens, then it's a lot more expensive to tow you and to get you fixed up. As a company driver, you're not going to be as concerned about that, but when you pay your own, when you have to take care of your own maintenance expenses and stuff like that, it makes a big difference. Of course, that's a what if. I'm going to stay back here behind ABF. Got an uphill coming, and going to stop for fuel not too far down the road. It's not worth me trying to get around this guy and just end up blocking the lane and having him pass me right back up anyway. Do you know what customer in Laredo you're going to? Are you going to the night terminal there, or are you going to a certain customer, or what? Worst case, who's this? 3133 Hotel. I put all my little, I'm a running ahead thing that worst case I can always sit at home while I'm waiting to deliver if nothing else. So I can live with that. Yards I can shoot for like the Lake Havasu City or Needles or something like that area. By the time I shut down tonight, if all goes as planned. I don't necessarily have to go that far though. Just anywhere that'll get me close enough to where I can run it from wherever I shut down to my house the next shift. So the closer I get, the less likely I'll be to need a 30-minute break on the next shift. Alright, Linda, someplace called Richard 6. Richard VI. They had old battery cores. Yeah, that's usually what happens with Laredo is you take your load down there, and then a Mexican driver will take it down into Mexico. Now, I don't know how Knight does it. Sierra England, the way Sierra England would do it, they have a terminal there, and you would take your load to the terminal first, and they would do an inspection on the trailer. And they'd keep an inspection record with the bills, and they'd give you a copy of the inspection record. Because basically they're showing what condition the trailer is in. They check tire depths and all. I mean, tire wear levels and all that. Because what used to happen with them, because actually with their loads, the Mexican driver will actually pull the Sierra England trailer itself into Mexico. And then they'll make their delivery, and then they'll come back up with another load. Usually come up with another load, and they'll either bring it straight to Sierra England's terminal, or they'll make a delivery in Laredo, or in Nuevo Laredo on the Mexican side, and then they'll bring the empty trailer back over to Sierra England. Now, what would happen is when it get back to Sierra England, is they used to have a habit of bringing trailers back with not the same tires as what was on it going down and things like that. They basically rate the trailer for parts that they needed for their own trailers and give Sierra England the shitty stuff. Alright, be right back. Oh, I need to I keep forgetting my trip numbers. Okay, yeah, that guy's from, that guy lives in the same area as me, apparently. Now, I saw this truck, he's got, LA as his, base. And, yeah, I told him, yeah, I live in Victorville, and he said, I do too, and I can tell he does, because he knows all the stuff that I know over there, or at least, you know, where certain places are, and stuff like that. First saw him when I first saw him in the behind the counter, man, not behind the counter, but talking to the guy behind the counter. Yeah, this guy came out of the pen, but I'm not gonna sit here and judge. I don't know whether he's got prison tattoos and stuff, and he's dressed like he's someone who's done time in, but I'm not gonna sit there and judge. And sometimes people do change. He's out here making an honest living, so I gotta respect that part. There's another purple one right there going underneath the overpass. Alright, back to the west we go. We'll hopefully stop in Winslow. Where's Misha at? Winslow, California. I know he was on here when I first started the stream. I don't know if he's still on here. I plan to stop in Winslow for my 30-minute break, though. I went and get a shower while I'm there. Then I can have the option of ending my shift wherever I feel like. I can stop in Seligman. I can stop in Lake Havasu City. I can stop in Needles, somewhere around that neighborhood's where I prefer to. Learn professional courtesies, and then just procedurals like how to do your job. customers tend to operate, or they tend to do things differently. And not to mention learning the industry, learning the structure of how things work. Common misconception with people who are new to the industry is they think that your dispatcher is your boss. No, they're not your boss. They are your right hand. They are the eyes that they are able to see on the computer what you cannot see. Like what loads are available and all that. But they don't get to pick what loads you get. All they can do is tell the planner they want to know if they can have a particular load for their particular driver. And then the planner, they'll see if the driver has the hours for it and whatever. And there's a lot that goes into that too. Because I hope you got a DM who has a good relationship with the planners, because if they're an asshole to planners, guess what? The planners are going to play fuck you too to the DM and say, well, I'm not going to hook you up because you're a piece of shit. And when they don't hook the DM up, they also screw the driver over. So there's a lot that go into that. You have to have a good DM and a good relationship with your DM to get the best, to have the best setup. Now, come on. I'm blocking this guy, and I got more hills, and I got a guy with like a horse trailer or whatever behind me, but here we go. Okay, now see, Covenant, I gotta give him props. That was a more professional thing to do than what I did. We all make mistakes, okay? I make them too. And I gotta give Covenant props there. He intentionally backed off to get me out of the lane, to get me past him and out of the lane. That's a professional driver there. When in reality, I should have just stayed behind him. So I can praise him for being a professional, but I can also pick on myself for making a bad decision there. See, what went into that though, now, I know that I run faster than Covenant trucks. I know I'm driven higher than them, and so when I'm on straight and flat areas, I'm going to outrun them. But now going uphill, it's more of a crapshoot. How heavy is he versus how heavy am I? Who's going to lose more speed than the other going up the hills? I'm heavy. I'm over 73,000, probably 74, based on what the other driver's scaled weight is. But it's really not that bad. I mean, it's better than having a 76, 77, 78, 79K load, or truck, whatever. But he's apparently about a similar weight and climbs a similar way as I do. Or climbs similar speed. At least on that kind of a grade. Okay, so yeah, the dispatcher, and all they do is they see what loads are available, they see what's going on with their drivers, they try to get their drivers set up for time off when they need it, or try to get them in the right areas. And they have, they'll have to play like this kind of load show game. Hey, if I can get my driver from here to there, then I get my driver from there to home. Because they can't just shit you a load that goes from wherever you're at to home necessarily. They have to have a customer that actually will give them the load and send you to that location. And usually it doesn't work that way. Usually you have to get from one location to another first, and then once you get to the other location, hope you have the hours to work with to get from there to wherever you're trying to get to. If you don't have the hours, you're not going to get the load. Or you might get the load, but you'll have to swap off it because you don't have the hours to get it there on time. Or they have to find other drivers who have loads that can do there with you, which the other driver doesn't necessarily have to do. your best interest as well as theirs, if they're any good. And, you know, they'll know what things to look for, and, you know, they'll try to arrange things, but they don't have control over things. They don't have any control over anything. It's just, they want this or they want that, and they can point at it to the plan or the driver, whatever. Usually, best practice is for the dispatcher to talk to the other. Who's this? 4015 Alpha. I just saw that truck. I'm certain I just saw him yesterday. But of course, I was going the same direction. Yeah, I sure did. Saw him yesterday, probably while I was at one of the stops or something. Hey, Sylvia. Hi, Cheryl. Okay, now, aside from the dispatcher, you have people who are known as planners. They're the ones who mainly work with the customers, and you know, the customers will tell them what loads they have available, what appointment times they have available, stuff like that. And then they'll try to plan the loads on all the drivers who are in the area, who are close enough and are needing reloads. And you know, and they can take please, you know, requests from the dispatchers to try to give a certain load to a certain driver, but it doesn't always work that way, because maybe the dispatcher's driver needs a load for a particular reason, but someone else's driver needs that same load for a more important reason, or maybe it's a higher speed load and the other driver's more reliable than you, then the other driver's going to get it. And then you miss it, and then you lose out. So there's a whole game that gets played there. You know, there's more moving pieces in there with getting yourself a load than just your dispatcher, is what I'm getting at here. You can't blame your dispatcher for this or that. And don't call them liars or this or that necessarily. I mean, yeah, some of them are, but and when you're at a mega company like okay, with us, Sierra England, Knight, or whatever, you're not. The dispatchers don't do all that. They are specifically focused on their drivers. The planners are focused on the loads themselves and getting them covered. Sylvia going to orientation on Monday. She is going to Hirschbach, last I understood. Now, where are you going for orientation with them? I forget where they're located. I can't remember if they're up in like Wisconsin or... I see Hirschbach trucks somewhat often. They're not a huge company, but they're big enough where you can't be out here and not know who they are. Alright, Illinois. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I was somewhere over in that neck of the woods. I just couldn't remember exactly. Hiring on as a lease driver. Okay. Hopefully that goes well for you. And of course, you always know that you can always get help from me with any of that if you don't have any problems there. Just under 100, actually a little over 90 miles to go from here to central of way. There's another purple. See, I told you whenever Lisa's not around, I see all kinds of purple trucks. I know up. Looks like you guys got some buffering going on now. attention to the road in front of me, and sometimes even behind me. It helps keep your mind alert and aware of everything going on around you. You don't have to be paranoid, but because let's just say you're some rookie wanting to know how do you get from this place to that place. You're gonna take the route, and we'll tell you they do this. Trip from Pueblo, Colorado down to Laredo. Wait, get my CLP. Associated with Prime, I believe. They mainly do, I think, the refrigerated, or well, what is it? Yeah, refrigerated, or no, it's a dry van. The Wilson, it's also Will Trans is what I think they sell it sometimes, or is that different? I think if I remember right, they're the company, they have the black trucks. They have black trucks with like yellow writing or whatever, and they're mainly associated with Prime. They do some of their own loads too, but then, if I remember right, but then they also do Prime loads. I've never felt a need to buy software though, of any kind. Won't pay for any. Won't pay for. Sometimes I just don't feel like I need the GPS or any of that stuff when I can, because I like the fun of trying to figure out on my own which way should I go, and then get to know each route personally as well. Then you get some first-hand experience with which route you like or don't like, or and what for what reasons. Quickest route. Ways and stuff, because they will route you on to in a car that can do the speed limit or what everybody else on average is doing on the roads in question. So sometimes you might see that interstate route might be faster, but in reality, because you're in a government truck that might not be able to do the speed limit, it might actually take you longer taking the interstate route, even though the app will say that it's just as quick, or even quicker sometimes. Sometimes it really is quicker to take the interstate route, though, even if it is a longer distance route. Alright, yeah, I'll watch out for I'll keep an eye out for that with buffering. It looks like it's buffering right now. which way you actually want to go. Okay, I always like to say home time is it's an important thing to consider. If you want to be home regularly, it's not always an issue of what company is a quality company versus a not a good company, because everybody can have different experiences with the same company. There are people who talk shit about JCT, say they suck, and then there are people like me who love it here. There are people who are just fine, who do just great at Sierra England, and then many others who can't stand Sierra England. So, you gotta make your own values there, but an important thing to always consider is how often you want to be able to get home, and how reliably you want to be able to get home when you ask to be there. A company that has a lot of pickups or deliveries in your area, particularly deliveries. If they do a lot of deliveries, let's say into the Reno area, that's one that you might want to focus on. Okay, like JB Hunt, they have a dedicated account with the Tesla Gigafactory over there off USA Parkway. In fact, a friend of mine, actually a guy I trained is in that fleet, and one of the guys who comes here on my channel every so often, his initials are GR. His name's Jerry. He actually is in that same fleet as well. He might be one to talk to there. Swift, they do dedicated service out of the Walmart distribution center over there. Purple, say what you want about Swift, but I've heard people say they're actually a good company. Now, notwithstanding their reputation for having accidents. And really, their accident record is not really that bad. It's just they are so massive that they have so many of them, and they look a lot worse than they really are just because of that. England's a good company, but Wilson can get me out quicker. Okay, that's a concern though. If you're looking at short term, yeah, that's a plus, but what are you going to get long term out of Wilson? Because just getting your CLP and getting moving is just one part of it. That's just actually the very beginning step of your driving career. Are they going to be able to get you home reliably? Do they have a lot of loads that get into your area or go through your area? Even if they don't stop in your area, where you might get opportunities to, to make even just short, like 10-hour breaks or quick stops at home or whatever, if that's what's important to you. Definitely want to be cautious with the feedback you get from people on review websites like Indeed or Treasury Report and stuff like that, because most of the time you're just going to get the guys who are no longer with the company and just have nothing but bad things to say about them, even though most of the time, a lot of cases, they are single-handed, they are personally responsible for why they had a bad experience. A lot of people won't accept responsibility, that they have too high expectations, or they're too self-centered, or something along that line, where just nobody cares about, nobody matters in any way except for themselves. I do remember you now mentioning before about how Swift rejected you. They want like 3 years. I think they want you to be drug free for 3 years or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, I see. Okay, so Swift obviously won't be an option then, but. JB Hunt is worth considering, at least. I'm not sure who else does a lot over there. Something, if of trucks coming in and out of there. Yeah, that is pulling their own trailers in and out of there. Then it might be one worth looking at. For all I know, you could see, like, I don't know, Kennesaw Transport, Western Flyer Express, which is this truck coming at me right now. You could see Heath. You could see DOT Foods, which is this truck right here. Or that's done. Yeah. There's two DOTs, Dot Line and then Dot Foods or whatever. Yeah, and in Prime also they have different divisions. They have a reefer division, they have a dry van division, they have flatbed, and they have tanker. Said maybe don't tell them that you've smoked weed before, and if they do a hair follicle test though, I mean, of course I don't know how long it takes for it to come out of the hair follicles, but there are places that they can get hair from even if you try to shave your hair, get rid of all your hair to hide that. England wants 3 months team after trainer, and Wilson says solo after trainer. Okay, pros and cons there. Trainer with team versus solo. Yeah, you do have to worry about what kind of teammate you end up with, how well trained they are, or just how naturally good or bad they are. You could end up with one or people who are just fickle and just a pain in the ass to deal with. You're going to get widely varying results with the team part, but there are experiences that are worth getting as well from the team environment. I want my $5 worth, John. When are you going to show me the rest of that video? Come on, man. Okay, if you're wanting to solo and you want to have your wife on the truck with you, I would say at least in the formative time, England is probably not a good option for you because they are almost entirely team truck environment. Same with CRST. Those are largely team truck companies. However, CR England, they have Western Regional that's mostly solo. They also have dedicated accounts that have solos. So, and that's something that they back up. Probably less than a year of time with them as an OTR only driver. Different experience when you're in a dedicated fleet, and it's a different experience when you talk to somebody who's been with them for many years and you get a more objective insight from them. Same with any company. Like, even if you want to consider Wilson, maybe track down a Wilson driver at one of the truck stops there, either in Fernley or Sparks or something, and then ask them, hey, how long have you been with Wilson? What freight lanes do you mainly run? Who are your big customers? How often do you do deliveries or pickups here in the Reno or Fernley, Sparks, McCarran, whatever area? Any of that information can be very useful for you if you want to know what might be reliable for you getting home. And then, of course, ask about rider policies too. kept Sylvia on that Prime one because I have heard a lot of people say that Prime actually has a pretty good training program. And usually when I look online and I see people saying, hey, I want to get my CDL, who do you recommend? And I do see a lot of people giving positive notes about Prime. Now they're based in Springfield, Missouri. They're all over the place. Well, you might even consider Pride Transport, based in West Valley City, over by Salt Lake City. They run mostly Western regional, but all over. And they have the owner's really good. The owner's actually one of the England brothers. And his name's Jeff England, and he actually regularly drives his own truck for a living. And he has his son actually running the day-to-day operations from Salt Lake City. Brian does not have a school anymore. Okay. Yeah, okay, they used to, and I was just talking to a Pride driver when I was doing my 34 in Pennsylvania, and I don't remember him saying that they don't have a training program anymore, but alright. The worst case, yeah, they might be worth considering. I put a lot of consideration into them myself before. They were like a very strong contender for if when I was even thinking about leaving England. Now that I know that their trucks have the collision avoidance thing that'll stop your truck automatically, no, I don't want anything to do with them. I don't care how great the company is. If you have that feature on your truck, that's an instant no for me. I don't want anything to do with your damn trucks. Across 8 feet, you should be able to. Aren't you at the Super 8 or something, or what? Is your truck getting worked on over at the terminal? Turned you down. No answer why. Night is part of Swift. Okay. Brian does not have a school anymore. He needs 6 months. Okay. Yeah, that kind of limits the options, I guess. Hey, Lisa, you're missing a bunch of purple trucks. I've already seen several since I started driving. I haven't even been driving that long. Barely an hour. Okay, FFE, that is Frozen Foods Express. Yeah, I do see them regularly. Let's see. Out here in the west, I also see Heath, Western Flyer. I don't think Western Flyer has a training program, though. And they're mostly all lease operate, or it might be 100% lease owned. Kennesaw, I don't know how big they are. Pam has a school, okay. Now Pam is in between, is east of Tulsa in Siloam Springs, or no, not Siloam Springs. I'm pretty close to Siloam Springs. If you take US 412 east from Tulsa, before before you get over to I-49, pretty close to where the Oklahoma and Arkansas borders are. That's where Pam is based. What the hell's the name of that town there? I can't remember it. I know the town, I just can't remember the name of it. This guy's got an old England, an old JCT trailer. I got an uphill grade coming up though, so I'm just gonna kick it here. I'm gonna try to go around this guy when I got. He might out. I don't know, because I don't know who's faster going up the hill, him or me. So I'll find out when we get up here. Rail as a school. Okay, hey, how's it going, Scotty D? Stevens won't answer your online application. Hey Scotty, I watched your video this morning. Was that tanker driver, did he just recognize you or something? It was just somebody you didn't even know who he was, or maybe it was somebody watching early. So I was kind of wondering how he knew so quickly that it was you. Trucks that we see on the road here too, Dave, give you ideas who to look at. Particularly, if you want, you can look at truck stops or customers along the I-80 corridor near you. That's a great place to look. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'll be watching that later then. I saw the one where you were just driving down the road and I kept seeing you like showing a truck passing you, like that tanker, and then a bus passed you. And then all of a sudden I hear the CB come up, like, oh, okay, that's what it's about. JCT, Black Kenworth, what we got here? 4332 Alpha. For anybody who did not see my earlier post, and you might have seen me, who didn't see maybe the beginning of this video or stream, I might have last seen me heading east on I-40 into Santa Rosa or wherever. I am now heading back to the west. I swapped loads while I was doing my break there in Santa Rosa. We had another driver who was trying to get home to us, to the Tulsa area. And my load would help him get there, and this load that I'm under now is going back to Colton. It's not due for over a day after I get there, but hey, I don't really care because I live in Victorville. So even if I can't get a swap somewhere along the way, or don't get permission to drop in our drop yard either in Tolleson or in Tolleson, Arizona, or in San Bernardino, California. Yeah, at least I can sit on it while I'm at home, and then I can just deliver it from the house when it's time to deliver or something. So Scotty, for other people watching, are you premiering that video tonight, or because a lot of times I know you premiere your videos? Like maybe at 6 or 6:30 p.m. I know a lot of your videos premiere at, so people can live chat or whatever while we're all watching it. What's the plan with that? Are you just gonna randomly post it, or when it's done rendering, or are you gonna be premiering it? Cop car. like that, because you should have it set up where maybe you get a load, like if you go with England and you end up with a load going from, let's just say Fremont, Indiana to Sacramento, or maybe New Columbia, Pennsylvania to Sacramento, or wherever. You can always have your shift set up where you end your shift at home, and then your co-driver can drop you off, and then run the load in, run the load across Donner Pass and make the delivery, and then they can do solo routes until you're ready to get back on the truck, or something. Or they might take time off or whatever. Or I've even had it where I'll drop the person off, go make the delivery, and then go pick up another load that comes right back through the same area, and then pick the teammate back up on the way out to wherever it's going. Anything like that can help you out with knowing what to expect, or kind of how to strategically work things, and how the dispatcher might also try to do things. Only 11 minutes. All right, if you want to try and... All right. Okay, so those of you guys who are subscribers to both myself and to Scotty, you'll get some info pretty soon here on whether he's gonna just randomly post the video he's talking about, or if he's gonna premiere it maybe later tonight. Express. What about them? I don't know too much about their programs. I know they do a lot of dedicated routes, but I don't know if they have a training program. They're a pretty good sized company, so I'd imagine they do. I just don't hear much about them having with trainees and stuff. If you need a spotter, you always have a spotter or someone to help you figure out what the hell you're doing wrong. If you know what you're doing, at least. Because there are a lot of people who give you ideas that and turn out they're not. That's a double-edged sword there, but you at least have someone else who can spot you and look out for you. In fact, here England regularly encourages team drivers to do exactly that. Hey, if you're backing into a place and if you feel like you need to go, ask your teammate if they can get up and help give you a hand with it. Keep each other out of trouble. James, Scotty D, I assume that's who you just subscribed to. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a friend of mine. Actually, he's the one who taught me into trying the live streaming thing myself with my channel. There were a few times I live streamed on Facebook, and then I really wanted to focus more on the YouTube side. And I've met up with him a few times when he drove here, drove for us as well. He's one of the few guys on YouTube I actually pay much attention to as far as the trucking world is concerned. I don't normally pay much attention to other truckers, but I know Scotty's a good guy. He has a focus on helping to effectively educate and help others. Yeah, we both have our own little quirks to us too, so I can relate in some ways to him. Slick, he likes to sometimes stroll the Swift Done Screwed Up group. First, he used to drive for Swift, and sometimes he'll post stuff on there. It's his own truck, and talk trash about the quote-unquote driver of whoever's truck it is. But it turned out it's actually his own truck, and he's the one who parked it there. Similar speed to me. I'm not sure why I caught up with him earlier. Unless I'm just going down the hills a little bit faster than him, or his speed seems to vary. Shut off. I think I got a bad relief valve on my reservoir. I'm going to have to get it fixed, get changed. Because it keeps pissing out air whenever my compressor comes on. And it won't allow the compressor to build up enough air to turn off. I mean, it comes up to like 125, 128, whatever. So it's a little below what it should be allowing the compressor to kick off automatically at. And then it'll finally, I guess, finally close and allow the compressor to kick off. And it's not supposed to crack until it gets above it. Probably has something to do with why my clutch pedal sometimes gets slippery or gets loose as well. It's not like inplay, and I got a clutch pedal adjustment that might need to be made, but kind of intermittent though, which makes me think there's something air going out, air related, that's causing it. Ah, don't lie, Sylvia. You've thanked me a lot of times. With that lawnmower, Scotty. I know you're going to have back problems, because I do. If you even can get it to start. I hate lawn. I don't mind mowing lawns, but the damn things are not built for someone our size. My back is always killing me anytime I try to use a lawnmower or edge trimmer or whatever. Oh, it's terrible. And you being about as tall as I am, I can imagine it's a back killer for you too. inequality, New Mexico. And about another, what is that, 45 or so from here to Albuquerque. Mile trip from Santa Rosa to Winslow. Definitely want to stop in Winslow so I can get a shower. And I'm there to somewhere. So that's 4 sighted so far. Actually 5 because I didn't even go down. That white pickup, but it's a little further up. Ooh, sexy. $1.99 at Lisa's Truck Center. Off to 69, maybe 68 to get spacing. Maybe I'll get lucky, he'll get off the freeway here in Moriarty or something. One thing I do know for sure, he'll get off the freeway before I do. Star. That's something else to consider too, James. Is LTL companies. They probably, I don't think any of them have training programs, but they're at least something to consider once you have your CDL and at least some experience. 4014. Shoulder traffic like that, Especially in the case of if someone is behind you, don't wait till the last second to move over. Move over earlier, so. That way the truck behind you has enough advance warning there's someone on the right shoulder, and they can plan a move to the left lane as well. Use the same CDL system as the U.S. does? No. Now, I'm sure they have some similarities, but I know their hours of service rules are different. I don't know all the different differences, but I have heard there are differences. I just don't know what all they are. They're allowed to run 10 hours a day or something, and 15 hours, or you know, that could be wrong. But we do get a decent number of Canadian trucks and Canadian drivers here in the U.S. In fact, I'd be surprised if I don't see a Canadian truck here on I-40 sometime on this set. Scotty, you got any insight into the Canadian CDL rules, like their HOS rules and stuff like that? Since you've been there, you've probably talked to more of their drivers than I have, too. Moriarty on the west end of it. research what kind of opinions the Canadian drivers have about that. Sounds like it's better than ours. Not exceed 140 hours and 14 days. Oh, okay. See, that's another one I like. Instead of 70 hours and 8 days, it's twice as many hours and not quite twice as many days. Accelerations or decelerations or sharp turns, whatever, you shouldn't have problems. And especially know how to handle, how to properly react if you have a skid of any type. If you have a steer axle skid, know what you're supposed to do in that situation. If you have a drive axle skid, know what you're supposed to do in that situation. If you have a trailer axle skid, know how to handle it. Rehearse it over and over and over. That way, if it does happen, it's an instinctive reaction that is correct and not an instinctive self-defense reaction that'll get you in more trouble. And yes, that does happen. Instinctive reactions that are self-defensive tend to get you into more trouble than they do to help get you out of it. In fact, a lot of people out here won't even chain up unless they absolutely, unless they get stuck somewhere and absolutely have to do so to get out of a mess. For me, I'm not afraid to chain up. I don't care. I prefer not to chain up if I can avoid it, but I'm not going to sit here and lose a 2,000 mile load over a frickin' chain requirement either. I don't have any qualms with putting chains on and driving on a mountain for about 10 miles or whatever it is, whatever happens to be, in order to get myself to a load that I want, that'll get me good miles. Here's another one, James Kelly, to look at is cold trans. KOLD trans. I see them also out here every so often. thought they were part of that Florida-based company that went out of business not too long ago. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm confusing them with someone else, though. Jesse, where are you and Diane at now? You guys, I'm trying to remember what was going on with you guys last. Can't remember if you guys were in the shop or doing something else. Alright, come on, dude. This kind of crap I would have gone around you a long time ago if it weren't for these damn hills giving me a reason to not want to try to go around you. So I was doing 68. You were pulling away from me earlier when I was doing 68. Now I'm doing, then I was doing 68 just now, and I'm gaining on you. I see you're on your phone, talking on it, or at least on your headset. Forever Transportation. Based out of Albuquerque. So that driver's almost home. 23 miles from Interstate 25, which is right in the core of Albuquerque. Just got to Colton. Okay, my load is going to Colton also. I just swapped in Santa Rosa before I started my shift, and on my way back that way, it's going to the Sam's Club site. I'm going to be there more than a day early, so I did send the Macro 41 in to see if I can swap or drop. Even if I can't drop, though, I don't care. I can. Probably that stupid New Mexico's an aggressive enforcer speed, truck speeding.
Message 111. Important received today at 12:21 p.m. Shays Fleet message afternoon. Just a reminder, it is JCT's policy to scan trips, and after you get empty and you have 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay, who in the fleet's having a tendency to not scan their trip sheets in early? I've not seen that one in a while, so it must be having a trend of a lot of our drivers not doing it, or several drivers. Guaranteed path into the trucking industry through Sierra England, and you're getting turned down by others, and you're kind of more limited on options. It's definitely worth considering. Maybe to have patience, or DMV will open up a written eventually, where you can eventually get in the door there. It sucks. You really want to get moving, and living and getting into the industry. Sometimes a little bit of patience can help you out a lot, though. Whatever you do decide on, though, of course, I'll be here to listen to whatever, how things are going with you, or maybe give you some different insights or whatever. Whatever I might be able to do to help you. Even if it's just emotional support or whatever. Some of these carriers are hurting pretty good right now, though. Even JCT, they laid off like 25 people at our terminal. They don't just lay off people if they're sitting fat and happy. But I'm sure some of these guys are in better shape or taking more perks than they really should be and being wasteful. Talk Scotty into picking you up and teaching you some stuff over there. He's always over there in Reno. Come on, Scotty, hook him up. Or whatever on for the getting your truck green back up for someone else to use. I guess it came out to a lot, whatever, and you ended up with a negative. Back it was what they charged you for the truck was more than what those trips were or something. And from your end too, it's also kind of shitty too. But we also know that we've also heard stories from a lot of other drivers who say that they get charged like arm or leg for stuff they shouldn't even be getting charged for when they turn their trucks in, and then they have to fight with them about it and get some of those problems resolved. I like to say I'll never have to worry about that. I want to keep this truck, and of course, I'm not going to say any company's perfect, including JCT, but they're great for my needs. 175 5 mile marker, 15 out from I-25. Holy crap, almost $9,000 negative? That is crazy. If I gotta do 380 miles, that's at least a 5.5 hour drive, closer to 6, so this will be about 5:30 or so. Yeah. Or no, 4:30 here. Let me figure it out. 175 out now plus 110. 5-ish, so it's 280. No, right at about 4 hours out now, so it's almost 1 p.m. there now, then I should be in Winslow right around 5 o'clock, so yeah, should be there early enough. I shouldn't have any problem at all finding parking at the Flying J there, so I can get my shower and then run the second half of my shift from there to, as mentioned, either Lake Havasu City, Needles, maybe even Kingman, it doesn't matter. As long as I can find parking, and as long as I'm freshly showered, I'm not going to care where I park, as long as it's safe and legal. Alright, how about you be here for me before I get past your exit then? I just want to know if you have a part I need. We're going with hold time. I'm going to be past their exit by the time I'm even before they even get back on the line with me. I'll see there, my compressor turned off. Ah, Jesse's load is ready. Nice. So I guess I'll see you guys somewhere here on I-40 then, I assume. Somewhere in Arizona. How's it going, Charles? Dude, fix your windshield. That thing's all spider web. Go get a new one. Interstate 25 coming up. Oh, come on. Now you're going to speed up. Now I'm in the middle of passing. No wonder. You're in the middle of playing with your phone. Oh, stock market just closed. Yeah, heck with that. I'm already getting pretty close to the exit for the Peterbilt dealer here. And I still have to get, yeah, they have to get on the line first, and then they have to look up to see if they even have the part that I'm looking for before I'll even know if it's worthwhile to stop. I'm not going to get off the freeway if I'm not completely certain that I can get the part I need from them now. Part to change too. I can always change that myself. Just get the part and pressure, make sure I have what I need to, yeah, I'm going to need to get past this guy. Some kind of rollers or something. Almost looks, wow. For trailer, JCT pays for, but for tractor, I pay for. If I get the truck paid off, and as long as my maintenance account is in the black, basically where it's not negative, I can pay $1 to transfer the title from John Twister, actually 3 Diamond Leasing, to myself. So then basically I'll own the peak slip to the truck once the truck's paid off and my maintenance account's in the black. But now I'm down to right at about $70,000 left on my contract before it's paid off. Original amount was $126,000, and it actually accelerates the pay down rate as you go down, because the way our payments are set up, we don't pay a specific amount every week. It's actually if I keep running 100 miles every week, then I can actually get to where I pay less interest for the truck over the life of the contract than what somebody who runs fewer miles would do. So I let them go ahead and I let either the dealer or a shop take care of, at least for as long as I have, as long as I'm under a lease contract and I want documentation of this or that going on with the truck. That way I have a good maintenance history of it, and if it should ever come down to the point where I end up having to give up the truck or something, you never know. Then they still have a really good record of things that have been done to this truck. The last problem I had with this truck was a coolant line going to my...
A new message has arrived.
Yeah, it's 1300 at Pacific time, which means you haven't sent your reefer status. That's just threads right into the bottom of the reservoir. All I need is really a wrench to get it off. Then make sure I have some Teflon tape or something, maybe some anti-seize compound to put on the threads, and put a new one back on, and we're good to go. And then just check it for proper operation. Why would I want to pay someone $100+ of labor for something that'll take literally about 5 minutes to change? And I was actually trying to get the part from the dealers along the way in Flagstaff and in here, or actually Kenworth dealer was open 24/7, and since Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks often have the same engine, now, and it's for an engine. Now I was able to go to the Kenworth dealer to get the part I needed. And it saved me over $200 in parts alone, because if I had needed the part, because I actually overheated just after I got the part, and I had to have the petrol in Oklahoma City fix it. I paid just under $300 out of pocket for it. Had I ended up just going to Petro and having them, if they would have had to done a parts run to get it themselves, they would have charged an 85% markup. For a part that's $290 plus, that would have put me up above about $520 total for the part. Because they have to pay their employee to go over there to the dealer and get the part, and come back, and then they want a markup on it also for their profit. So since I already had the part on hand, I saved myself over $200 on that. And I also saved time, because I didn't have to wait for the mechanic to go make a parts run. They were able to immediately start on it. DOT requirement. If we, say if we go to a weigh station and we have someone on the truck with us that the company doesn't know about, or isn't declared to the declared by the company to DOT, then the driver can actually get a ticket for having an unauthorized rider on the truck with him. And then a lot of companies will fire drivers without question if they find out there's someone on the truck with them who is not supposed to be there. That doesn't mean you can't be a rider or have riders on the truck with you. It just means you have to declare that rider if they're going to be on the truck with you. There has to be documentation that either a co-driver's on the truck with you, or that a non-CDL rider is with you. It's also for accountability. Alright, just got past the Albuquerque area. Really on the far west end of it now. Pass by the Loves here. There's another Loves here in town, just right down the road, not too far. But it's a gas and go only kind of place. Doesn't even have any parking. 26. Pickup driver still in the fast lane. You freaking idiot. Oh, now he's finally decided to come over after the four-wheelers are all trying to go around him. Pay a little bit better attention to what's going on around you. Coming up on the other side of this hill, so a downshift, so I don't have to so I don't have to mess with my brakes going down the hill. I'm going to drop some speed, so I don't have to drop down into 8. Just let that gradually build up speed going down the hill and not have to hit my brakes at all to keep it in the gear I'm already in. Yeah, the Christopher family's a big fan of motorsports, and then John is a really big motorcycle buff. You ought to see his office. John has this total like motorcycle themed setup in his office. Well, I never got above 64 miles an hour coming down here. So I can go ahead and pick up the pace. Choppers here on YouTube with a couple of bikes built for John. Okay, I'll check that out. Not a fan of that show, but it'd be interesting to see what they came up with. number of times. It's interesting to see how they go about producing and designing stuff, or what kind of cool stuff they come up with, but the only problem I have is I don't care for drama. The stupid shit that goes on there between like Paul or whatever his name is. Is that Paul Sr. and Paul Jr.? Or what's the son's name? I forget. Is it Paul Jr.? Is that 4284? With the daughter as well. Nice Ferrari. west of downtown Albuquerque now. And heading west on Interstate 40 for anybody more recently tuning in. On my way back to California, the load that I just swapped for at the beginning of my shift. Over. Chills on the road too often. Alright, there's another JCT coming. It's like a silver Freightliner, a white one. It's over. 3573. Did I see a J? That truck's had just a few drivers. It's got a letter J. JCT trucks, the original operator of the truck will not have any letter at all on at the end of that number. And every subsequent driver on that truck will have an increasingly higher letter on it. So like A would be the second person to drive the truck or to be leasing it. B would be third and so on. J would be the 11th person on that truck. That's a lot. That truck's a 3500 series number, which means it's probably a 2017 Freightliner. I do have a lot of voice allowed stuff I need to get through.
Coronavirus-related restrictions this week after weekend reopenings in states like Georgia and Oklahoma. But what's in store for Californians? In his last news conference addressing this topic, Gavin Newsom indicated most of the 6 conditions he set before the state can consider reopening have still not been met. This comes as states like even New York are starting to open up. From Texas to even beach towns in Southern California. In Colorado, retail businesses can open with curbside pickup and elective medical procedures can resume. At the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic, New York will start lifting some of its in mid-May with construction and manufacturing. We're gonna reopen in phases. A regional analysis on what we call our economic regions that we've been working with the state on in those regions, said New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. When we consider loosening of our stay-at-home orders, we will consider local conditions, said Newsom. This week, Montana, Tennessee, Minnesota, and Iowa are also relaxing some business restrictions. They understand the risk and they talk about this not as turning on a light switch, but understand the risk and they talk about this not as turning on a light switch, but slowly turning up the dimmer very slowly, said White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx. Newsom's 6 conditions include closely monitoring potential cases, preventing infection of high-risk people, supplying hospitals to handle surges, developing therapies, ensuring schools, businesses and child care facilities can support social distancing, and developing guidelines for asking residents to stay home again if necessary. If one city opens, are we recognizing that people will start commuting into that city, then go back into their cities, said Newsom. Those prerequisites haven't yet been met, so the question of when is still unclear. We don't debate dates, we only are guided by indicators that will ultimately allow us to open safely, judiciously and thoughtfully, said Newsom. Federal guidelines recommend states not to reopen until the number of deaths declines for 14 straight days. Ad. Copyright 2020 CBS Broadcasting Inc. All rights reserved. Powered by WordPress.com VIP. By viewing our video content, you are accepting the terms of our video services policy. Privacy policy, terms of use. California privacy info. We collect California do not sell my info. Mobile user agreement at choices. EEO reports public file for KPIX TV, CBS 5 public file for KBCW TV, KBCW 44 cable 12 public inspection file help. Article 191 of 210. The food supply chain.
Don't tell me I'm speeding. That wasn't the case.
Message 2 of 13. Received today at 1:06 p.m. We have not received your PM. Message 1 of 13. Important received today at 1:36 p.m. Shays Fleet message. Please be sure to send your member 1 p.m.
The food supply chain is breaking. Tyson Foods warns of meat shortage as plants close due to COVID-19. Tyson Foods, one of the U.S.'s biggest meat processors, didn't mince words in a full-page New York Times spread that ran Sunday, in which they warned, the food supply chain is breaking. As pork, beef and chicken plants are being forced to close, even for short periods of time, millions of pounds of meat will disappear from the supply chain, John Tyson, chairman of the board of Tyson Foods, wrote in a letter published as an advertisement. As a result, there will be limited supply of our products available in grocery stores until we are able to reopen our facilities that are currently closed. The food supply chain is breaking, Tyson Foods warns in a full-page ad in NYT Today. pic.twitter.com/5-6L9B. Anna Swanson, at Anna Swanson, April 26, 2020. The Arkansas-based company says food waste is also a threat, as farmers across the nation simply will not have anywhere to sell their livestock to be processed when they could have fed the nation. Millions of animals, chickens, pigs and cattle, will be depopulated because of the closure of our processing facilities, Tyson writes. The food supply chain is breaking. A spokesperson with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, said in a statement emailed to Time that the USDA, together with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, will work to ensure the food supply chain remains safe and secure. The food supply chain is a critical industry in the United States, and Secretary Perdue fully recognizes the need to keep workers and inspectors safe during the COVID-19 national emergency, the spokesperson said. USDA recognizes and supports the efforts of private industry and companies to maintain operational status of their facilities while also maintaining the safety and health of their workforce. However, the USDA has also been criticized for letting millions of pounds of food rot while food banks struggle to keep up with skyrocketing demand. The Agriculture Department lagged behind other federal agencies in its coronavirus response, taking more than a month to make its first significant move to buy up surplus fruits and vegetables, despite repeated entreaties, Politico reported Sunday. Trump said at an April 10 coronavirus task force media briefing that he expects Secretary Sonny Perdue to use all of the funds and authorities at his disposal to make sure that our food supply is stable and safe. Tyson Foods shuttered a large pork processing plant in Iowa on April 22, after several workers tested positive for the coronavirus, but it's not the only company halting production at facilities. Other facilities that closed, at least temporarily, include a Smithfield Foods pork plant in South Dakota and a JBS beef plant in Colorado, according to the Associated Press. In the Times ad, Tyson also pledged to try and ease the financial burden of health-related issues for employees. They promised waiving the waiting period to qualify for short-term disability so workers can immediately be paid if they get sick, waiving the co-pay, co-insurance and deductible for doctor visits for COVID-19 testing, waiving co-pays for the use of telemedicine. The letter also committed to paying about $60 million in thank you bonuses to 116,000 frontline workers and Tyson truckers. Tyson Foods and other big meat producers, like JBS USA and Smithfield Foods, have come under fire for worker illnesses and failing to provide adequate protective gear. As of Thursday, at least 10 meatpacking workers and 3 food processing workers have died from the coronavirus, and at least 5,000 meatpacking workers and 1,500 food processing workers have been directly impacted by the virus, according to the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union, which describes itself as America's largest meatpacking and food processing union. Tyson Foods said in its Sunday Times ad that it places team member safety as our top priority, and detailed steps they have taken to protect staff, including taking their temperatures, securing a supply of face coverings before the CDC recommended their use, and now, requiring them in all company facilities, and conducting additional daily deep cleaning and sanitizing. A spokesperson for Tyson Foods said in an emailed statement to Time that it was one of the first food companies to implement measures to protect our team members, and that despite our aggressive efforts, in some locations this was not enough and we decided to close several of our facilities. At the moment, our other plants remain open and we are working hard to keep store shelves filled. However, our facilities are running at reduced levels of production, and any additional shutdowns will further stretch an already strained food supply system. But if it is the right decision to shut down more facilities, we will do so, the statement said. The company says it remains cautious about pushing a full reopening of the economy. While certain parts of the economy have closed and the food supply chain is breaking, parts remain open, and rightfully so, the spokesperson told Time. We support a thoughtful reopening that prioritizes public health above all else, which means safety from COVID-19 and the availability of food. Article 192 of 210. Reopening has begun. No one is sure what happens next. The economy shut down almost overnight. It won't start back up that way. Politicians and public health experts have sparred for weeks over when, and under what circumstances, to allow businesses to reopen and Americans to emerge from their homes. But another question could prove just as thorny: how? Because the restart will be gradual, with certain places and industries opening earlier than others, it will by definition be complicated. The U.S. economy is a complex web of supply chains whose dynamics don't necessarily align neatly with epidemiologists' recommendations. Georgia and other states are beginning the reopening process. But even under the most optimistic estimates, it will be months, and possibly years, before Americans again crowd into bars and squeeze onto subway cars the way they did before the pandemic struck. It's going to take much longer to thaw the economy than it took to freeze it, said Diane Swank, chief economist for accounting firm Grant Thornton. And it isn't clear what, exactly, it means to gradually restart a system with as many interlocking pieces as the US economy. How can one factory reopen when its suppliers remain shuttered? How can parents return to work when schools are still closed? How can older people return when there is still no effective treatment or vaccine? What is the government's role in helping private businesses that may initially need to operate at a fraction of their normal capacity? South Carolina, for example, looks likely to be among the first states to allow widespread reopening of businesses. But if a manufacturer there depends on a part made in Ohio, where the virus is still spreading, it may not be able to resume production, regardless of the rules. We live in an economy where there are lots of interconnections between different sectors, said Joseph S. Babra, an economist at the University of Chicago. Saying you want to reopen gradually is more easily said than done. The White House released a plan this month for a phased reopening of the economy, with restrictions easing as states meet public health benchmarks. States have begun to develop their own roadmaps. Gov. Andrew Cuomo of New York said Tuesday that parts of the state that had fewer coronavirus cases might be allowed to reopen more quickly than New York City and other hard-hit areas. Massimo Gramanzini and Danielle Thomas, siblings and owners of Broadwalk Restaurant in Hollywood Beach, Florida, look over the progress of improvements made on their restaurant since closing due to the coronavirus, April 23, 2020. Scott McIntyre, The New York Times. More. But those proposals are mostly rough schematics, leaving unanswered crucial questions about how the process will play out at the ground level. Those details may help determine whether the economy will bounce back relatively quickly once the pandemic ebbs, or if the U.S. will face a slow, painful turnaround, as it did after the last recession. Under the White House's three-phase plan, many businesses will be allowed to open in the first phase. Schools and daycare centers will need to wait for the next phase. That means that millions of working parents could be asked to return to their jobs before they have any way to take care of their children. Babra and two colleagues recently estimated that nearly one-third of U.S. households have a child under 14, and that more than 1 in 10 has no other adult in the household to help with child care. In addition, many reopening plans call for younger adults to return to work first, while people over 55, who are at greater risk of severe complications or death, stay home longer to avoid exposure. But younger adults are also more likely to have young children at home. Then there is the public health threat. If states reopen their economies too quickly, or without the right precautions in place, that could lead to a renewed outbreak, with dire consequences for both safety and the economy. The biggest risk is that you open too fast, too broadly. You have infections, a second wave, said Mark Zandi, chief economist for Moody's Analytics. That's the fodder for an economic depression. That would just completely undermine confidence. Partial reopening may not work for everyone. In the early phases of reopening, businesses will almost certainly be required to operate at reduced capacity to allow for greater social distancing. That will require changes for urgent shifts, with different departments coming in on different days and deep cleanings performed in between. In factories, redesign eliminate contact between teams. But other businesses could have a much harder time adapting. Most restaurants, for example, have tight profit margins even in the best of times. Operating at half capacity, or less, will mean losing money for many restaurants. It's impossible in the restaurant business to be profitable at a 50% revenue clip, said Alex Smith, president of the Atlas Restaurant Group, which operates upscale establishments in Baltimore, Houston and upstate. Dining rooms to allow for social distancing is not worth the expense. If you're profitable and you're then you're tight, and if there's light at the end of the tunnel and things will come back, Smith said. If you were before, are you digging it? Confidence. The debate has focused on government mandates. When should city and state shutdown orders be lifted? But just because businesses are allowed to reopen doesn't mean that they will, or, if they do, that customers will return. Data from OpenTable, the restaurant reservation service, shows that people largely stopped eating out even before governors and mayors recommended doing so, and well before official shutdown orders took effect. Evidence from Sweden and other countries that have avoided formal lockdowns likewise shows that people have sharply reduced their activities even without government mandates. I don't think it was really the government shutdown orders that shut down the economy, I think it was the virus that shut down the economy, Babra said. Saying the economy is now opened is just lip service. The economy's not going to be reopened until people want it to reopen. So far, there is little evidence that the public is ready. Despite scattered protests, surveys show widespread support for shutdown orders and little appetite for a rapid return. A recent Wall Street Journal, NBC News poll found that most Americans were more worried about lifting restrictions too early than keeping them said. Smith's greatest fear, he said, is that Americans will rush back to daily life too quickly, resulting in another flare-up and another lockdown. He can borrow money and rent to save reopen, he said. A second time much to manage because a false could leave customers even more wary. What scares most of us is wave 2, he said. The government's role isn't finished. The federal government has already spent extraordinary amounts to keep individuals and businesses afloat during the economic shutdown. Congress approved another $500 billion aid package in recent days, with more help expected in coming weeks. But economists say the government's role is only beginning. Businesses will need help weathering a period of reduced sales. State and local governments will need help too, or they will have to cut programs to offset a sharp drop in tax revenue. Individuals will need unemployment benefits, food assistance and other aid to make ends meet in a recession. Many businesses downtown. How many laid-off workers will be able to return to their old jobs? But the longer the shutdown lasts, the more permanent the damage will be, and the slower the rebound. You can press pause for a period of time, but not too long before that becomes bad loans and defaults and so on, said Shubham Singhal, a senior partner at McKinsey, a consulting firm. Then you have the negative cycle that feeds on itself for a while. The good news is that the government mostly knows the post-pandemic period will probably resemble a more traditional recession and demand more conventional policy responses. The bad news is that jobless benefits began while the unemployment rate was 210. Warren Buffett has 2 ideas for ending inequality. Warren Buffett would be the first to describe himself as a capitalist. And yet he has noted many times over the years that market forces have their limitations, and that the government plays a role particularly in addressing inequities that are created by our economy. I sat down with Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway, BRK, United States. We mostly spoke about Berkshire, the markets and the economy. But in this section of the interview we touched on this matter of inequality too. Buffett has noted before that there is class warfare out there and that his class was winning. He elaborated on that point, offering the Earned Income Tax Credit, a refundable tax credit for low to moderate income working individuals and couples, particularly those with children, as a solution. He also proposed a second idea for ending wealth inequality: higher taxes on the very wealthy. There's no question that capitalism, as it gets more advanced, will widen the gap between the people that have market skills, whatever that market demands, and others, unless government is something in between, such as the Earned Income Tax Credit, Buffett told me. And I think that's a proper function. How did the gap widen? I was curious. If you go back to 1880% of the people were farmers, and you were the best farmer in Omaha and I was the worst, the difference in our value might be 2 to 1, he says. You might be worth twice as much if we're out there picking corn, or whatever we might be doing or planting. But now the gap between the best and ordinary has widened tremendously. Warren Buffett, Chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, Yahoo Finance. Watch Warren live at the 2020 Berkshire Hathaway Annual Shareholders Meeting exclusively on the Yahoo Finance app and desktop. Coverage begins May 2 at 4 p.m. ET. Set a reminder now. If you're in the top 0.1% in basketball ability, or football ability, or baseball ability, you aren't worth anything, Buffett says by way of example. If you're in the top 1% now you're worth millions. Sports is an easy example, because we all like to watch them. We don't want to watch a bunch of guys like you and me play basketball. So that's where the money is. But that didn't exist 200 years ago. And so you get this pushing of extreme rewards to people who are very, very good at something the market demands. And people demand entertainment. They demand people apparently that arbitrage securities. There's certain specialties. An earned income tax credit for those in the bottom. Is there any intent here? It isn't some diabolical plot or anything, Buffett said. And that isn't because a bunch of people are sitting in a room deciding we're going to figure out how to take it away from the poor, or anything like that. It's because of the market system. We want the market system to keep functioning that way, but we don't want people left behind in a society where you've got $60,000 plus of GDP per capita. How bad is the divide? People on the lower half have been falling behind the gains overall achieved by the country, Buffett told me. They aren't worse off than they were 20 years ago. They're somewhat better off because of things like an iPhone. I mean, that's something that's terribly useful. Everybody gets the benefit of internet search, for nothing, basically. But that's the ultimate tension. How do you keep a system that produces incredible benefits for everybody? Click here for complete coverage of Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway. But then how do we address that? We address it through things like the Earned Income Tax Credit, he explained. We address it so that anybody that works 40 hours a week and has a couple of kids, that they don't need a second job in the family. They can have a decent life. Does that mean increasing the minimum wage? It means increasing the Earned Income Tax Credit because I think that's a better system, he added. What they need is more money in their pocket. Now, you can do more money in the pocket through a minimum wage, but you don't have as many people working. You need something so they have money in their pocket. Higher taxes on those with peculiar talents. And then Buffett voiced support for a strategy for filling the wealth gap that makes some of his fellow billionaires unhappy. In my view, it requires higher taxes on people who were born into this world with peculiar talents that make them marvelously wealthy today, but 200 years ago, they would have been out there picking corn with me, he said. This country has the productive capacity to let people like me live extraordinarily well, or sports stars, or entertainment stars, all kinds of good managers, and still make sure that nobody is really left behind, he added. So that two people have to work two jobs, and you're wondering how you're going to feed your kids. $7.50 an hour doesn't do it, and $10 an hour doesn't do it, but we can do it. We have the resources to do it. Now, 6 weeks after this interview, it's clear that Americans on the lower strata of our economy will need more help than ever. Andy Serwer is editor-in-chief of Yahoo Finance. Follow him on Twitter, @Serwer. Read more. Warren Buffett on negative rates and the most important question in the world. Warren Buffett is working from home. What Warren Buffett's doctors just told him about his health. Warren Buffett reacts to the stock market rout oil crash amid the coronavirus outbreak. Mike Piazza, Warren Buffett would be a great baseball manager. Find live stock market quotes in the latest business and finance news. For tutorials and information on investing and trading stocks, check out Cache. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, LinkedIn, and Reddit. Article 194 of 210. North Korea leader Kim Jong-un is alive and well, South Korea says, amid mounting speculation, CNN.
Yeah, right.
CNN, South Korea continued to pour water on mounting speculation about the health of North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un, telling CNN he is alive and well. Our government position is firm, Moon Chung-in, the top foreign policy advisor to South Korean President Moon Jae-in, told CNN. Kim Jong-un is alive and well. He has been staying in the Wonsan area since April 13. No suspicious movements have so far been detected. Questions were raised about Kim's well-being after he missed the celebration of his grandfather's birthday on April 15. He had been seen 4 days before that at a Politburo meeting, according to North Korean state media, KCNA. CNN reported earlier in the week that the United States is monitoring intelligence that Kim is in grave danger after a surgery, according to a U.S. official. Another U.S. official told CNN Monday that the concerns about Kim's health are credible, but their severity is hard to assess. U.S. monitoring intelligence that North Korean leader is in grave danger after surgery. It followed a report by Daily NK, an online newspaper based in South Korea that focuses on North Korea, that Kim reportedly received a cardiovascular procedure because of excessive smoking, obesity, and overwork. It added that the leader is now receiving treatment in a villa in Hyeongsan County. Read more. After assessing that Kim's condition had improved, most of the medical team treating him returned to Pyongyang on April 19 while some of them remained to oversee his recovery, according to the news site. CNN is unable to independently confirm the report. On Sunday though, North Korean state newspaper Rodong Sinmun said Kim sent thanks to workers who helped in remodeling the city of Samjian in North Korea. CNN cannot independently confirm the authenticity of Sunday's report and whether the note of thanks came directly from the leader. It is not the first time North Korean media has reported on Kim's activities since news of his potential health issues emerged. Train in Wonsan. North Korea tightly controls any information surrounding its leader, who is treated almost like a deity within the country. His absences from official state media often spark speculation and rumors about his health. North Korea has no free press and is often a black hole when it comes to the country's leadership. Analysts are heavily reliant on scanning state media dispatches and watching propaganda videos for any semblance of a clue. Satellite images show what may be the train belonging to the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. A website specializing in North Korean affairs published satellite images on Saturday that researchers said showed a train, probably belonging to Kim Jong-un, has been parked at a railway station serving Kim's luxurious Wonsan compound on the country's eastern coast since at least April 21. The presence of the train does not prove DPRK leader is at the Wonsan compound but does lend weight to reports he is staying in the area, according to the article published by 38 North, which publishes analysis on North Korean affairs and is a project of the Henry L. Stimson Center, a Washington, D.C.-based think tank. The website reported the station where the train is parked is reserved for use by the Kim family. Satellite images indicate the train, not present in the area on April 15, arrived sometime before April 21 and continued to be at the location on April 23. By April 23, the train appeared to be repositioned for departure, according to 38 North. How North Korea's ideology is built on song and dance. Horse riding track, a hobby of Kim's. Article 195 of 210. Mnuchin, you're going to see the economy really bounce back in July, August, September, The Hill. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin on Sunday predicted the U.S. economy hit hard by the coronavirus pandemic would rebound this summer and early in the fall, even as Fox News' Chris Wallace noted most experts have projected a longer, slower recovery. I think as we begin to reopen the economy in May and June, you're going to see the economy really bounce back in July, August, September, Mnuchin said on Fox News Sunday. We are putting an unprecedented amount of fiscal relief into the economy, he added. You're seeing trillions of dollars making recently predicted the economy will contract by 5.6% for the year and that unemployment will peak at 16% in the third quarter. In response, Mnuchin said that we've never seen anything crisis in 2008. Wallace also asked Mnuchin about the Paycheck Protection Program, the small business loan fund that in mid-April found to such as Steakhouse and Shack, both of which have since returned the aid. I just put this in perspective. We launched a new program, incredibly short period, since implemented guidance aimed at keeping more loans from going to national chains. I think you're going to see this move in the right direction, and I think you're also going to see the average loan size go down significantly. And Senate, the Treasury Secretary said further aid to states is something we'll consider, but our focus is on execution. Article 196 of 210. Household foods with this ingredient could worsen coronavirus cases, Tweettown.com, yesterday. One of the silent killers of the human body is ingesting the wrong foods, and one food, in particular, has been found to affect the outcome of coronavirus cases, making it just that much more scarier. That one food is sugar, and according to a new peer-reviewed study published on the conversation that COVID-19 binds to the ACE2 receptors in the human body, and one of the necessities for the connection to be successful is that the ACE2 receptor and the virus need to have sugar molecules attached to their proteins. This could mean that the sugar concentration in the human body could play a vital role in how successfully COVID-19 can bind to new host cells. Another complication that doctors found was that if the virus made it to the pancreas, it could hinder the human body's creation of insulin, which then raises the blood sugar levels. This means that the virus will be able to latch itself onto more ACE2 receptors. Brufsky mentions that he's looking towards the drug hydroxychloroquine to block the process in a cell that adds more sugars to proteins. In theory, this would slow down how many ACE2 receptors the virus can latch onto. Important coronavirus COVID-19 information: sneezing. Here's a video showing you how far you spread the coronavirus if you sneeze. Second wave. The CDC director said there's going to be a second wave. Here's when. Treatment. Doctors have found a treatment that everyone can do. Check that out here. Symptom. A new coronavirus symptoms has been discovered. Find out what it is here. Recovery. Here's the symptoms you could get months after a coronavirus recovery. Testing. Here's the first FDA-approved coronavirus home testing kit you can get. Damage. Coronavirus is damaging this body part, and doctors don't know why. Article 197 of 210. General Motors suspends dividend to preserve cash as coronavirus outbreak disrupts production. Published Mon, April 27, 20208, 06 AM et updated 15 min ago. Autos. Michael Wayland and Mike Wayland. Key points. GM is suspending its quarterly dividend and stock buybacks to preserve cash during the coronavirus pandemic. The automaker said it also extended a $3.6 billion, 3-year revolving credit facility to April 2022 to help bolster its liquidity. GM's U.S. plants have been shuttered since mid-March due to COVID-19. BIDE 01-0201-02. General Motors suspends dividends and share buybacks to preserve cash. Squawk Box. General Motors said Monday it is suspending its quarterly dividend and stock buybacks to preserve cash as the coronavirus pandemic has left factories and auto dealerships at least partially closed across the U.S. In addition to cutting the dividend, which paid $1.52 a share annually, GM has taken other significant austerity measures to preserve near-term available cash, the company said in a statement. The automaker also extended a $3.6 billion, 3-year revolving credit facility to April 2022 to help bolster its liquidity. Shares of GM were down about 2% to $21.47 during pre-market trading Monday. The stock is down 40% this year. GM's U.S. plants have been shuttered since mid-March due to the COVID-19 outbreak sweeping across the U.S. The automaker, along with Ford Motor and Fiat Chrysler, are in discussions with the United Auto Workers Union to reopen the plants, but union leaders said last week they oppose restarting production in early May, announced by several automakers. GM and Ford are among the only major automakers that have yet to announce a time frame to restart production. Fiat Chrysler earlier this month announced plans to restart production in a week. General Motors said Monday that it is suspending its quarterly dividend and stock buybacks to preserve cash during the coronavirus pandemic. Jeff Kowalski, AFP, Getty Images. GM's decision to suspend its dividend comes more than a month after Ford did the same. Ford also withdrew its 2020 guidance. GM last month suspended its guidance for the year. We continue to enhance our liquidity to help navigate the uncertainties in the global market created by this pandemic, GM Chief Financial Officer Divya Suryadevara said Monday in a statement. Fortifying our cash position and strengthening our balance sheet will position the company to create value for all our stakeholders through this cycle. GM had about $32 billion in available cash at the end of last month, including $16 billion it drew down last month from its revolving credit facilities. The company also disclosed April 17 that it signed a 364-day revolving credit agreement of $1.95 billion. The automaker said it has allocated the credit line for exclusive use by GM Financial, the company's auto lending arm. BIDEO 3, 2003-20. The average investor should be doing this during the coronavirus economic crisis. Invest in you, ready, set, grow. Article 198 of Tudor Useful U.S. Warfighting System. Law. I write about national security, especially its business dimensions. Air Defense Office has proposed reducing the number of aircraft carriers in the U.S. fleet from 11 to 9. That may not sound near global hotspots. The finding apparently comes from the cost assessment and fighting systems don't get much heavier than the large-deck, nuclear-powered carriers that are the signature expression of U.S. military power. No other nation has anything quite like them, because no other nation tries to sustain a global deterrence and peacekeeping role. It isn't likely that Congress or the White House will agree with CAPE's assessment, but if they did, it would signal a major retreat in Washington's ability to shape the international security environment. The USS Theodore Roosevelt en route to the Western Pacific in January of this year. Wikipedia. Today in Aerospace and Defense. Has U.S. airline traffic started to rebound? One thing that won't change, airline fees. In blow to Ryanair argument, Condor gets $596 million state aid clearance from EU Commission. For instance, it recently proposed substituting non-stealthy fighters for Marine Corps F-35s, as if being invisible to enemy radar isn't important in warfare. That move would have saved a lot of money right up to the first day of combat with a near-peer adversary, after which the loss in lives and equipment would have been horrendous. The irony of the carrier proposal is that it to be ground rather than the solution most years is Nobody's idea of making America great again. U.S. Army going to do if China decides tomorrow?
Mexico, and the other driver was trying to get home from. They asked me yesterday if I'd swap with another guy whose load was going to Temple, Texas. Similar miles. Why would I sit an extra more than a day on someone else's load unless you give? This ended up panning out. Probably won't end up having the option to drop it in the Tolleson drop yard, but we still have the San Bernardino yard, and then still got other trucks. I'm not sure. I think the best option I'm going to have once I get past Flagstaff is going to be to drop it in our San Bernardino yard, if anything. But at least with this load, if I'm going to sit, I can at least sit at home doing it. I mean, waiting for delivery time. Looks like we've got some buffering again. What's an FPF? A fart-proof flap? The map so well though. Western half of New Mexico, heading westbound. Boarding particulate filter. 471 to Thorough. And Grants and Gallup. I'm an instigator. Say here, shit, now Swift's hitting his brakes. Must be someone in front of him. I knew there was somebody in front of him causing it. Swift, hurry up and get around England so I can go around. Seems a little more inconsistent than I'd like to see it be. Yeah, got a truck up there on the right shoulder. Yeah, he is a lease driver, no wonder. Not right. Well, I don't really want to be when there's someone on the right shoulder coming up. Because now I'm blocking him from getting over. He'll just have to slow down and get behind me, though, or just deal with it. be coming over, even though I'm far enough ahead of him because he moved over to the other side. We're a mile and a half. Right place for a new mother to be. If Junior was old enough for you to take him on the truck with you, that'd be another story, but you just have age limits, and I don't know. Take a while before he'll get old enough to the point where you can. I can have enough experience, but then the OTR companies won't take you because you. Yeah, it's a difficult situation to be in. Blessing in disguise. I mean, from their perspective, their experiences dealing with new mothers who are in the OTR positions, they might have experience that new mothers don't last long and never want to stay long at all, and they might be looking for people who are going to stay, and so I can understand that. And at the same time, they could be doing you a favor by wanting you to, by kind of leading something. What about dispatch or something? Maybe a non-driving job for a trucking company? Have you checked into those? I mean, I know that the driving part would be the best part, but never hurts to consider becoming a DM or something. Choosy about who they hire, and when it gets to a point where they're screaming for drivers, just anybody in the seat, anybody who can occupy the seat, move the wheels will do. Don't want to make it sound like you're chopped liver or anything, but I mean, looking at the dynamics of it, it may be a good thing for you if you take a non-driving job just for your son's sake. And then maybe JCT comes. Yeah, so minutes before my 10-hour break was up. Yard dog job, that's another option. 3992 Bravo. I mean, even JCT actually laid off some of its terminal people. Jared, our Pacific Northwest planner, he got laid off, and I think there was one or two DMs who got laid off as well. I think a yard dog job would definitely be worth looking into as well. Actually, yard dog jobs, a lot of times you don't even need to have a CDL for that. Yeah, plus you're home every day. A lot of them, I think the pay is shit. But it keeps you keeps you working with trailers, and it'll definitely get your backing skills up working as a yard dog. About 1700 Pacific time when I get to Winslow. Maybe just a hair earlier. We'll see. Got the way station. Might slow me down. Who knows? put stuff on there just for professional reasons. Because it helps present me more as a more safety and intelligent-minded guy who will think stuff, think about stuff, whatever, and take a deeper look at it. Here's a Wilson truck there pulling a prime trailer there, James Kelly. I don't know if he's still on here. Purple. Damn it, you asshole. Why'd you back off from when I needed to? They needed most not to. Taken away from someone who just is too stupid to pay attention to what they're doing. Even more so, this guy he's playing with his phone. About 20 miles away from the Arizona line. Okay, so I'm getting off the freeway here. Please. Good. There's too much going on here. God damn it, Swift's catching up. Obviously he doesn't slow down here, so I don't have to keep dealing with them, but not just staying on. Got a white, maybe purple tractor coming up behind me. I can't tell if it's purple. I think it is. It's like a combination of white and purple. Repaint that van and turn it into the Marvel Mystery Machine, or it's the same kind of thing that or similar kind that the A-Team used. Make it black with the red stripe instead of red with white with red. Inspection site 2 miles away. Yeah, but it's closed. I don't care. We're using driveways now, so the pre-pass is no longer in use. Next time I get to our terminal, I have to turn the pre-pass unit in, and now we just use the driveways, which is right here on our Qualcomm unit. They got rid of the building. Come on, dude, you're taking too long. Then you're gonna let the other truck back there railroad me too much. Yeah, he moved over, so door's open, I'm coming over. They're variable, so 1 minute it feels like I'm getting pushed.
You gonna go get that truck washed?
Yeah, it feels like I get pushed to the left.
There wasn't anybody there right now. Okay, he's signing out. I'm gonna take off back to Grandma's.
Dude, I'm trying to talk.
Okay, yeah, I won't go. I'm gonna get this and wash, and then I'm gonna head that way. Look at that.
Since when does wash have a letter R in it? I'm gonna go wash. be surprised if the Arizona way station's open though. What? Brilliant. How many miles do you have to cover? Yes. I wouldn't, because, and then you say the longer you take, the more you miss opportunities to repower or drop it in the Fort Worth yard, if nothing else. Okay. 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 Yeah, well, it depends on how many gallons of fuel you bought on each stop, too. Okay. How about we figure this out when I'm done driving, to factor all that, and then we can go line by line. Like, okay, what trip was it? Where did where did you start editing from? Where did you pick up from? Where did you deliver to? So we know that all those miles, and then we'll figure out how many exactly how many gallons of fuel you bought and how much total you paid for that fuel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can help with that. In fact, that other I sent you that updated version of my spreadsheet, and that should have the breakdown there with kind of like things you got to know what the average price of fuel is, and at least so you have kind of an idea of what to budget, and then try to set yourself up so you're always spending less than what your budgeted amount is for fuel. Yeah. Either way, well, yeah, I mean, well, it's good to show you how to look up the information that we're talking about on the EFS app and all that too, and so we can, especially when you know that it's a concern that you might have gotten too much fuel or paid too much for fuel. We can get a really good idea from looking at that. Well, you know, I am a few miles away from getting into Arizona. Kingman. If you get fuel in Kingman, get it at USA Truck Stop. They're the same company. Yeah. Yeah, that's normal spreadsheet that I sent cents a mile. So 575. It's you didn't have a very busy week then. You had a 2,000, like low 2,000. You do your did you do house? I'm not getting how they're saying it wouldn't benefit you. It would show up on your next settlement, but unless you bought enough fuel already to basically wipe out what you would have gotten from it, then how many? Well, yeah, you ran from Boardman to there, and that's 600 some odd miles plus the deadhead. So how many miles total did you run from Woodburn to Boardman and then to Clearfield? Okay, you filled up before you got to Woodburn, which paid on the last. Wait, when did you deliver on to Woodburn again? Okay, so Tuesday. All right, so yeah, that'll be on the settlement anyway. Okay, so 768, and it's a dollar 13 per mile right now because it's dollar plus 13-cent surcharge. So you got the spreadsheet up, correct? Or even or even on this part, you can even just do um, just use a simple calculator to figure out how much, because you got to figure out what the, ouch, you got to figure out whatever the revenue is that you're getting, and then subtract the amount of the cost basis. So, yeah, okay. All right. So, well, I guess just for figuring out if the T call would have benefited you or anything. Well, no, that's what we're trying to figure out. I'm having a hard time believing that it wouldn't. Okay, so you did 769 miles, you said. Okay, multiply that by 1.13. Okay, so that's how much revenue you generated from that, from what you've already done on the load you're on. Now, how much did you pay for fuel since you've been on that load? Okay, okay, now subtract 867.84. What? Yeah, try again. If you got 867.84 in revenue and only paid two something, you should be getting over $600 in net profit. Okay, so you have now, well, I guess fixed expenses. Now, with the truck payments, I don't know. Like if you T-call, I guess the truck payment will also come out. So now we'd have to figure out. You paid 26 cents a mile for yours, correct? Okay, so multiply the 769 by 0.26. Okay, so subtract that from the 600 whatever hell it was that it came up with. Okay, so it probably, I think it could have helped you. No, it's too late now. It's already 1730 there, and you have to do it no later than 1600. It would have helped you in the short term. And when you have a concern about making sure you have enough to pay your rent, or whatever, it's that can make a difference for you. Okay. All right. Alright, 350 mile marker. About 10 miles into Arizona now, and about 10 to go to the way station. work. Indian ruins. Lots of neat stuff. I don't know if he's calling back anytime soon, so I'll just wait till he does call back later or whatever. Alright, 3:06 left on my clock. I can do 185 miles out of that. Minus 345 is 160. So I can actually get all the way to Williams, Arizona before stopping if I want to. it because the text is more bold. Looks like it wants to cool off. It's like we're on the edge of running too hot and actually getting cool enough where I can work with it. Hey, James Kelly, I don't know if you're still on here. I kind of mentioned U.S. Express earlier. I don't know if they have a training program or not. But they're a well-known carrier as well. They do have a lot of dedicated accounts too. A lot of Walmart, even like Walmart dedicated accounts. And also Covenant. I want to say Covenant does have one. I remember, yeah, 'cause I think I've talked to a Covenant truck before over in Oak Grove, and they had like 2 trainees on there too. And I know Covenant likes to do hazmat loads. That's the last way station I'll have to worry about between me and between here and the truck length back now. That's why a lot of times when I'm passing other trucks that are not much slower than me, I give them extra space because I'm more likely to notice them doing stuff like that. I don't know if he's just moved over that way for the rough road or it's not really that bad here. I think maybe he doesn't like how close I was to him. And I gave him a lot more space than most people give. Yeah, he's moving back over now. He might have that adaptive cruise or radar unit on his truck that tells how close he's following. And if his unit thinks he's following too closely, it'll make him slow down automatically, or it's easy to override, just hit your throttle. But it seemed like he moved over the other lane instead of hitting his throttle to override. He was going to be out of his way pretty soon. I was thought I was a pretty reasonable distance in front of him. Lake Havasu City area. Okay, so you got about 100 miles to go. 15, we'll just say, yeah, so 415. So right where we're going, we'll probably cross paths just east of Flagstaff then. There's 415-mile gap at or 420. It'd be about 210 miles for you, 210 for me to cover. Actually, no, I'd be pretty close to Seligman. Kind of figured you'd probably be in the Seligman area when we cross paths or something. In the shower in Winslow, and then I'm going to shut down in either Lake Havasu City or Needles. Guess that's what I'm going for. Probably be in Havasu around roughly 10 o'clock tonight. Flatbeds before, but they're usually hauling those utility vans. California traffic getting backed up again. People still out of work as far as I know. Unless there's an accident that you might have been dealing with. up and running. Traffic on I-15, huh? So how slow was the Cajon Pass? Was it stop and go like it used to be, or is it moving pretty well? Down and going, okay. That's interesting. guys are trying to pass me. Coming over this time, there's someone on the right shoulder. Oh, he's actually over on the... Didn't realize he was on the ramp at first. Joseph City, Arizona right now.
That job falls largely to the sea services, since most of the aircraft operated by the Army and Air Force lack the range and bases to fight effectively in the vast expanses of the Western Pacific. What aircraft carriers and amphibious assault vessels hosting Marine Air Ground Task Forces get you are mobile bases that can go wherever the threat is and sustain operations without requiring the permission of local governments. Organizations like CAPE have been arguing for many years that big warships are becoming too vulnerable to operate in forward locations like the South China Sea, but that is a speculative assessment that has been around since Donald Rumsfeld's first run as Defense Secretary in the 1970s. The reality is that countries like China won't be able to find carriers in the midst of war, and if they could, their attacks wouldn't penetrate the multiple layers of protection surrounding a carrier strike group. The Navy doesn't talk much about what it would do in a war with China to protect its carriers, but the obvious first step would be to take out radars and other sensors capable of tracking the carriers and their escorts. This is a touchy topic because most of those systems will be within Chinese borders or in orbit, so let's just say the Navy has a plan to blind Beijing if necessary. Once Chinese military leaders can't find the carriers, the range and accuracy of their long-range weapons becomes irrelevant. You can't hit something you can't see, and the U.S. Navy's carriers are always moving. At 35 miles per hour, they can disappear into thousands of square miles of ocean within an hour, and Beijing would have no idea which way they went. They can also outrun China's submarines. Not that the Navy lacks defensive weapons. It has the most advanced search and tracking radars in the world, the most agile surface-to-air missiles, and the most resilient communications for cooperative action by scattered warships. Its undersea capabilities against hostile subs are also extremely sophisticated. China knows all this, but the Navy isn't about to share details. What's most missing from the CAPE assessment, though, isn't an understanding of carrier survivability, but of the offensive punch that carriers bring to U.S. war plans. So let's consider a few of the things that make large-deck, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers uniquely useful in wartime. For starters, nuclear-powered carriers have unlimited range, which is why they can always be moving when forward deployed. That means you don't need vulnerable bases on land to carry the war to the enemy. The latest Ford class of carriers can sustain 270 air sorties per day. If we assume that each of those sorties delivers 4 smart bombs against enemy targets, then a single carrier can destroy 1,000 different IM points every day. It's a little more complicated than that, but the number of targets potentially destroyed is in the same range. But that is just the beginning of what carrier strike groups can do. They can also provide continuous air cover to U.S. forces ashore. Their radar planes can deliver early warning of airborne threats to the entire joint force, and can track scores of threats simultaneously. Their jamming aircraft can prevent enemy radars from seeing U.S. and Allied planes even when those planes lack stealth features. Carriers are also the most effective system from which to exercise sea control over vast areas thanks to the speed and reach of their aircraft. That means they not only can defeat enemy warships over large expanses of ocean, but also protect friendly ships in those same areas. And to repeat, this all can be accomplished without requiring access to local ports or bases. So there's a reason why aircraft carriers are always in demand by U.S. combatant commanders in the Western Pacific, in the Persian Gulf, and in the Mediterranean. Those commanders will snort derisively at any plan that would deprive the Navy of the ability to keep a carrier in each of the 3 regions continuously. 2 are probably needed in the Pacific given the distances involved. The Pentagon couldn't have picked a worse time to raise doubts about future demand for aircraft carriers. Coronavirus has put the nation's economy on the verge of collapse, and potentially emboldened our rivals. If Secretary Esper has any political sense, he will bury CAPE's study for the rest of the election season. Several companies engaged in building and equipping U.S. aircraft carriers contribute to my think tank, including Huntington Ingalls Industries, the only company in the world that constructs large-deck, nuclear-powered carriers. Check out my website. Lauren Thompson. I focus on the strategic, economic and business implications of defense spending as the Chief Operating Officer of the nonprofit Lexington Institute and Chief Executive. Read more. I focus on the strategic, economic and business implications of defense spending as the Chief Operating Officer of the nonprofit Lexington Institute and Chief Executive Officer of Source Associates. Prior to holding my present positions, I was Deputy Director of the Security Studies Program at Georgetown University and taught graduate-level courses in Strategy, Technology and Media Affairs at Georgetown. I have also taught at Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. I hold doctoral and master's degrees in government from Georgetown University and a Bachelor of Science degree in political science from Northeastern University. Disclosure, the Lexington Institute receives funding from many of the nation's leading defense contractors, including Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon and United Technologies. Read less. Print. Site feedback. Tips. Corrections. Reprints and permissions. Terms. Privacy. Copyright 2020 Forbes Media LLC. All rights reserved. Ad choices. How to see a Starlink crane from your home. Article 199 of 210. Joe Rogan tells hilarious story of male adult film star getting tapped by BJJ black belt Felicia O. Joe Rogan tells hilarious story of male adult film star getting tapped by BJJ black belt Felicia O. MiddleEasy.com. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. MMA News. UFC. Joe Rogan tells hilarious story of male adult film star getting tapped by BJJ black belt Felicia O. By Derek Hall. April 23, 2020. Photos via Instagram at Joe Rogan at Felicia OH. 5 shares. 0. 3. 0. 0. 2. Joe Rogan has been around the martial arts scene for a long time and knows a lot of crazy stories. Recently he shared one involving a male adult film actor getting tapped out by a female black belt.
10 miles ago.
Rogan is one of the original driving force behind the expansion of mixed martial arts. He initially earned his role for the UFC based on his lifelong martial arts experience, from Taekwondo as a child, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, with fellow comedian Owen Smith when the discussion of BJJ came up. Here, the UFC commentator told a story to demonstrate the effectiveness of technique over strength. This story involved a male porn star and a 135 lb female BJJ black belt going head-to-head. This is how strong Jiu-Jitsu is. There is a woman named Felicia O. She's a good friend of mine. She's a black belt under Jean-Jacques Machado. She's super technical. Felicia is very strong, but she weighs about maybe 135 lb. There was a guy named Seymour Butts, and Seymour Butts was a porn star who had a TV show on Showtime. He had this idea, pretty bold of him really, he's brave to do this. He just decided, I'm gonna do a Jiu-Jitsu match where I've never taken Jiu-Jitsu before, but I'm gonna spar with the women and see what happens, and this girl just ate him up. Joe Rogan goes on to explain that Felicia works for the California State Athletic Commission. However, she has super technical skills on the mats. So this guy, he was doomed. He just didn't know. He was a guy, he was in really good shape, he was young and fit, pretty good body. She was just choking him, leg locking him, I don't remember what she did. I don't remember how many times she tapped him, or what she did it with, but it was arm bars and triangles. But again, that would happen to any man who didn't know anything and went with her. So even though she's a woman, just the technical expertise, it overcomes strength. An error occurred. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. So the moral of the story that Joe Rogan seems to be getting at is don't think because you're bigger than your opponent that you will easily win. And don't mess with BJJ black belts. For more MMA news, rumors and updates, follow the Red Monster on Facebook.
Okay. Now when it comes to Jiu-Jitsu, now, there's a woman I used to train with who's about the same size, about 135 or so. Used to train with both her and her husband. There was let's see, even me as an experienced blue belt, going up and sparring against her, who was also an experienced blue belt, because we had about the same amount of experience and we're about the same level on our belt. We would always have back and forth battles. And more often than not, yeah, I would beat her. But and then again, remember I was in a blue, getting closer to purple belt, and she's also blue, getting closer to purple belt at the time. And a lot of times neither one of us could tap the other. I would usually get the other upper hand, maybe because of my size, but there actually have been times where she taps me out. I'm going trying to pass the truck, dumbass. I'll cut you off. There you go. Some stupid little blue car was trying to pass this Seiko truck that's passing me right now, and thought they were going to pass him on the right. Then they realized I'm over here, like, yeah, it's stupid. Back off, you dumb bitch. Back off. Now watch, she's going to try to pass on the right again, because wondering why Seiko's not moved over yet. Looked like she was getting ready to until Seiko finally decided to come over. Okay, so the moral of the story there is, if I'm an experienced blue belt Jiu-Jitsu practitioner and I'm having a hard time with a 135-pound female blue belt, you damn well better bet that you're going to have a hell of a lot more difficulty. And mind you, I weigh over 200 pounds too. You better bet you're going to have you're not going to have a chance in hell. You don't have any Jiu-Jitsu training and you're going up against a black belt. I can attest to that. Size and strength don't necessarily matter when you have crisp technique and leverage. That's one of the tenets of Jiu-Jitsu. It's really designed for a smaller person to be able to defeat a larger opponent. And obviously, a smaller person like them cannot rely on strength. Not against a 70-pound larger adult like male like myself, or sometimes even heavier. They have to use all technique, and it actually makes them more fundamentally crisp too when they're like that. When they spar with the larger a training partner like myself, because it really forces them to learn how to be more effective with the technique. Versus someone like myself, when I'm larger and stronger than a lot of people, I can get away with not having such crisp technique as other people. Maybe slightly less crisp technique, but add in the muscles, the size or whatever. That's actually a detriment to my ability to learn technique when I can use muscle to my advantage. Why are you slowing down so much, Collier Sego? I don't want to overkill. Alright, next exit coming up is mine. Get my windshield cleaned without having to wait just to get just so I can park. If I have to sit and wait just to get my windshield washed, I'm gonna just park it. Open lane over here, but probably get occupied by CHI or somebody by the time I get over there. Well, I could have gone for it, but this other guy looked like he's getting ready to come over to it. No, it's just for my 30-minute break. Oh, he's not even getting fuel. Come on, dude. Gotta wait for him to come out completely out of my way because I need a button hook a little bit to make sure my tandems line up with the spot. Okay, see, I go past the spot I'm coming into. Then I come back to it. That's called a button hook turn. Make sure you develop that habit when you do start driving.
You have 1 hour and 46 minutes of remaining drive time.
Okay, yeah, I don't care. And always remember to watch your tandems at all times when you're in a turn. Gotta wait on this belly dump driver to get out of the way and I can go park. What's that back there? 43. Oh, there's actually two JCTs back there. Let's say 4247, I think. Can't tell what the other one is. 4318 or something along that way. Oh, it's the driver of the truck in front of me is getting in his truck right now. maybe I'll just park here. We'll do a 30-minute break, we'll take a shower and all that, and then I'll get back on the road. Once I get through parking here, I'll kill the stream. And then when I'm ready to get rolling again, I'll get another stream going. And that stream will go from here to, I guess, Lake Havasu City. I got 5 hours left on my clock, so I can really get 312 or so miles. I actually get about 60 miles into California, so I don't know. Might even stop in Needles. We'll see. In the back row. What do we got here? 41. Is that 66 Alpha? That's who that is. Alright, not parking in the last spot in the road. Never. Never, never, never. That's how you get hit. And eyeball this Holland truck. I'll park next to him. Open spots here. Oh, I got a straight back set up here. And 45, and then come back this way. Running right at the JCT truck. I'm off, I don't know, I'm off a little bit, but fine. Dog in the truck next to me is looking at me like, what the fuck are you looking at? This dog's just staring at me like, what? Leave me alone. Looks like it wants to have a staring contest with me or something. Dog's just sitting there in the passenger seat like, kind of creeping me out, you know. It's kind of like the eyes, the hills have eyes, or whatever it's called. All right, so like I say, I'm gonna take a 30, get a shower here, and then make my way. I'm gonna stream here, like I mentioned. Be back on somewhere within the next 30 to 60 minutes. So between 30 and 60 after the hour, somewhere in that ballpark, I'll be back online with the new stream. Okay. I will. He's still looking at me. Look, I want to show you guys footage, but I don't want to creep the guy out, the driver out. He's in the seat, playing with his phone or whatever. It's just kind of funny. Dog's just sitting there staring. And now it's like standing up and just like. Man, it's not like a vicious looking dog. It just looks like a regular, like a mutt or something. All right, so. I'll be back, like I say, I was going to say about 45 after the hour or something like that. Be back online and be another maybe 4 hour trip, if even that, to get from here to Needles or wherever I decide to shut down. All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. Thanks.